at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We expect comments from Fed Scoolsby, who participates in a Q&A event at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York.
Excuse me. Morning everyone. So our targets played overnight. It's annoying for all of you who weren't awake at 3 in the morning. Imagine not being awake at 3 in the morning to trade But we are now
At 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect
interrupt
comments
me.
from
It's
Fed
crazy.
Scoresby, who participates in a Q&A event at the Council on Foreign Relations in New York.
We are now at the high of our previous 2-week balance. So just to give context, we are trading at this 490, this 97 to 5,000 level. It is the pivot, the low volume node between this node and this node, right? So until we make this supportive, we should be looking at this as kind of the high of the auction. What we're going to be looking for this session is either the ability to bid and hold this 5K, or a push into this 12, 13 area. If this becomes supportive, we will look for a fill of the RTH gap that is here. That is basically all we're looking for. What I want to see today, early on in the session, is I want to see the ability to hold this 88 to 82 area on a retest if need be. Ideally, we can hold this 88.75 and then push over this 5K for a push up to go to this magnet target of the gap fill. That's the ideal look. We'll see if that was the move that happened in Globex, and then we come back down into balance and do a little one of these where we just transition between the, right? We just do one of these balance things. So I'm going to be really keeping an eye on how we interact between this 82, 89 level. Ideally, we just push over pre-market and then hold 5K on open, right? It's the dream, and push up, and then we can play off of this for upside into 33. There's really not much else to talk about. Just have to watch out how we open. It sucks when the move happens without you, but it's at least it played, right? So we know we're onto something here. Got our hold of our 82s overnight, push, made that 89 supportive, pushed, then tested the top of our 2-week. Really, again, not much to talk about until we see where we open and how people react. We are here. Neutral. Yeah. Can someone try typing in YouTube chat to see if my chat's also broken? I think it is. No, it isn't. It is.
Germany's
Everyone.
So German Economy Minister Habeck says the government's to revise 2024 growth forecast down to 0.2%.
Farming chatters over here. Easy. Oh,
Shortly
yeah.
expecting comments
So,
from
waiting.
Fed Scoresby.
Oh, I said I was farming chats. Farming engagement. I switched to a paid subscription for licensing through Monster Cat for the stream, so that we have a library. You can do 2 different things, Kowalski. We can talk about it in DMs, but you can actually have your audio on a separate. No, you can listen to your own music, man. You just have to have it on a separate audio channel and then make sure that
So Fed Scoresby says
it
even if
doesn't
inflation comes in a bit
record
higher over the
when you
next few
stream.
months, it's still consistent with our path back to the target, and supply side may continue to help us this year. If we stay restrictive too long,
Yeah,
we
we can
will
talk
have
about
to
it
worry
later.
about employment side of our mandate. Current policy stance is quite restrictive, and that said, CPI data yesterday was puzzling. It's something I am watching. I expect improvements in housing services inflation to resume. The rate cuts should be tied to confidence in being on a path downward, our target rate. I don't support waiting until inflation is already at 2% on a 12-month basis before cutting rates. Higher productivity growth, if it continues, would have profound implications for Fed policy making.
Okay,
I don't support
keep talking, pushing price, keep doing the thing. Get us over this 5K, please. I need to stop talking, Kevin. It's not me. Muted his mic halfway through talking. Why do my layouts keep getting reset? I don't understand what's going on. Like, all my bottom indicators go away on trade evade. Like the ones on chart stay. It only happens sometimes. Get it? I don't know if this guy's still talking, so I'm gonna wait a minute.
So, according to Axios, Netanyahu declines to send Israeli delegation to Egypt for more hostage talks.
Boy.
He did not approve sending an Israeli delegation to Cairo on Thursday for follow-up talks over a possible hostage deal, two Israeli officials said.
I'd like to see the Russell be able to push back over 98. They're having some divergence here. You holding Russell like leading down. Yes. Need to see which one is going to carry the market. Again, I'm not very bullish until we push and hold over 5K on ES. Song, man. Sellers are going to try to keep this under 84, 85-ish on NQ for downside for a push down to like 55s. Just need to see if this is going to have to come down to these VWAPs or if we can just kind of chop here and become supportive and then look back up. Actually going to just put some active levels for this. Our opening range. So this 84 level. Seven. All right. So rejecting our opening range at the lows here, coming down into our VWAPs. Here's your 55s off of the rejection here. This is where we'll start to look for a bid, see if anyone will take it. Off of the rejection of our 5,000s. Now we've come back down to a potential mean. I'm gonna wait for buyers to actually step in before I look to initiate, but this is where we're gonna start to see if there is any sort of buy side activity. Again, this is that area that we are looking for buyers from the morning plan as well. We ideally want to see this 88 area kind of hold on ES. We don't really want to have to come down for this. I'd really like to see buyers be able to maintain this. If we can't, then there is likelihood that we come down to 71 to fill the gap. Just remember that. If we fail at the highs and we see no actionable buyers up here, we can push down to look for this fill down into 71s if 82s do not bid as we push down. So really just keeping an eye on this area as we push into it, seeing if our buyers step in at this 82 to 89. Again, this is where we'd like to see buyers. I would say if this does not hold at this 88.75, that we will come down into 82s, and the likelihood of 82s holding is going to be much lower. Well, I mean, we'll have to see, but I really want this to be our test where we hold. This is the pullback that's ideal. And for longs, right, this is the current balance that you're trading within. We need to see a break and then a bid off of this level for upside. For bulls, for bears, you're looking for this to become resistance for a push down into 82s. And if 82s don't hold, you're looking for the gap fill down into 71s. So really, this is it.
Fed Scoresby says it's totally clear that inflation is coming down.
Totally clear, he says. Yeah, great job. I think that was a totally fine area to take an attempt if you're willing to play off of that edge, right? That's from the morning plan as well. We've come back down to that level from the pre-market. So this, again, 82 to 88.75 should be supportive. And you are going to play it into this 97. 97s should be your sell until we see a look above and the ability to hold. As soon as we can bid Globex highs and hold 5K on ES, we have the potential for the gap fill to the upside. Until then, this is just your balance. If you are long up at 55s on NQ, just remember there's this seller here in this 84 level. So just be respectful of that. See if we can get the higher low, but we need to be able to push through this guy. See the wicking that has happened. Clearly someone here offering. So until we can push and hold above 84s, kind of be looking at that as your local pivot, especially as we push into 97s on ES, top of our range now. I think you get the long continuation just like off of the 5K on ES on the push and the hold of, imagine that I'm looking for Globex highs to become supportive or upside. Crazy. Pushing into your 84 now and in Q.
Fed Scoresby says housing is still the biggest piece of the inflation puzzle.
Am I? Yeah, I've already taken this trade today, so I don't care about trading this balance personally.
Fed Scoresby says unrealistic if China had a recession, but there wouldn't be a risk of recession for the United States. Fed Scoresby says that scenario is a threat.
As long as Russell continues to hold this low, should break out. See what happens, but just want to see that Russell be able to hold this 91.5 is supportive, and then we can
At
just
10
continue
a.m.
to use it as
Eastern
an
Time, we
oscillator.
expect comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey, who testifies to the House of Lords Economic Affairs Committee.
And Q being a little dramatic here off of that seller from the opening range, 84s. Pushing back down into our VWAP now. You're looking for buyers on ES to be able to defend this 92.3. If it goes any lower than this, I wouldn't be too interested. Like if 92s, 93s don't bid, like if we didn't see strong liquidity there, you might as well just wait for the bottom of the range again. There's no point. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine playing as long as, like, again, we know our oscillations right now. Russell is trading in between these two areas, and Q is trading between these two areas. Like, as we come down into them, are we catching a bid? Right? Is selling exhausting? If not, then probably not a great idea. The reason I'm looking at that, like, 92 is because that's your imbalance fill. Like, we don't really want to see it go much lower than that. But we now need to see this become supportive for upside, or your seller can just be positioned here. And if it goes any lower than that, you might as well just look for it back down into that 89. NQ's still weak. Need to see a bid step in. The worst thing that can happen here is that the Russell comes up to the highs again as NQ fails to get any sort of participation. And now you reject here at this VWAP, this purple line on NQ, as the Russell comes into the highs. And now you have loss of momentum on the Russell, which is holding the market up. And then NQ fails to push on the seller reoffer here. And then you get a continuation down. That becomes more and more likely as NQ shows weakness at the lows. So just be very careful as the Russell comes back up into these highs here. You need to see NQ catch quite a bid. Yeah, they're asking questions in a Discord, Matt.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey, who testifies to the House of Lords Economic Affairs Committee.
Lords. Name. This is honestly a pretty weak attempt on the buy side from views. Need to see a bit more. So you have Russell rejecting the high, and Q still really not catching any sort of like real bid with any volume. Hasn't confirmed downside, but we haven't seen the participation we're going to need to actually get a breakout. If buyers don't step in soon on NQ, this can look very exhaustive. Do I need to label these for people to understand? Balance, low, balance, high. Ah, there you go.
Shortly
Labels.
expecting comments from Bank of England's Governor Bailey.
I'll probably take my first trade at 10 o'clock when we get our first period fixed ranges off the new indicator. Our catalyst for a potential reversal or a continuation, just fuel off of the new hourly. Great job, Bruno. Look at you listening. I need to turn. Oh, I've got the old version of that. Late. This is the turn of our hour. If we can't get over this 5K pivot, this can come back down. Ideally, we see a push and ability to hold above. I really don't want to trade this balance if I don't have. Watching the Russell as we come back down into this POC, let us know if we're going to get that move downside or not. We want to see buyers step in here at a higher low, right at this POC. It's 92.6 to 93.7, right? Just want to see buyers to let us know if they're willing to trade. That should be able to get us the pop above. That can't do that. How I managed to make these charts look messy with like one indicator on and three drawings is crazy to me.
Fed Schoolsby says, I don't know if higher productivity will be sustained. And Bank of England's Bailey says latest inflation figures are good news. Fed Schoolsby says if it continues at faster than long-term trend, it will change our monetary policy decisions.
Still no bid on the Russell. You need to see it come down and show like a really solid buy, or this will
And
be our
Bailey
leading
says
signal
overall
downside.
inflation data leaves us broadly where we expected to be.
So far, we're continuing to hold pivots. You need to see the Russell be able to catch a decent bid. But it's out of here.
And Bailey says this week's data does not really change our view from the February policy decision. And Bailey says we have moved from how restrictive policy needs to be for how long. We need to maintain the policy stance. And Shell sees LNG competitive versus oil alternatives this year.
That was me. You don't have to worry. Sorry about this. Just gonna paste this here.
Bank of England's
Plan
Bailey
that.
says services inflation is not compatible with 2% inflation.
You guys have it on the higher time frame chart. It's just in there. Yeah, I know. I have system sounds off. I don't know why it still makes a noise, man. I don't get it.
And Bailey says we are seeing signs of pay growth coming down, and the latest wage data showed quite a marked reduction, but not as far as we thought. And Bailey says we need to see more evidence of pay growth easing.
Just know that we see the Russell bid. Still just waiting for us to get over this 10s.
Iraq agreed with some OPEC
NQ,
members on new
it's
additional
5K,
voluntary cuts
yes.
starting from January 2024, according to the Iraq cabinet statement.
If you're not in the Discord, this is the plan that we gave.
And
You
Goolsby
want to
says
screenshot it real
sustained
quick?
productivity trend would change the
This
Fed's
is
thinking.
These are your higher time frame levels. We need to see a break and hold above 5K, and then we can look for our 13. If we can make 13 supportive, we go for the gap fill into 33s. Here's your plan for both sides. Ideally, we are able to continue to bid here between this 88.75 to 82 area. If we fail to hold this, then we look back in to come back down into 71s to fill this overnight gap. But this part of the plan is already played. So now we're just at this pivot trying to find a direction. All right, I'm going back over to the smaller time frame now. If you need to see it again, just rewind. If you're in Discord, just go to Intraday Ideas, posted there. The link to the chart book is also there, and you have access. You can copy it. Here's.
And Bailey says, frankly, in the balance, whether we have a technical recession in the second half of 2023.
Come on, Bailey, get us out of here. NQ testing Globex high here. Yes, as well. Russell lagging once again. Failure to break out of this range. This is our pivot high again on NQ. You need to see a look above these areas and then the ability to bid
Bailey
off
says
of it.
we are now seeing
this will
signs of
be
the
the
beginning of
high.
a growth pickup.
And we need to see this kind of maneuver where we get a look above and then a strong bid off of this level to show it's supportive. Until then, these will continue to act as where our seller is. I'm going to
Bailey
be
says the
continuing to
lower yield
watch
curve is
every
helping.
attempt the Russell does into this low. See if we can treat the Russell as a oscillator today, as it just oscillating. Crazy. Dude, get me out of this balance, man. What is this? Dude, just look how much cleaner that is. Come on. Honestly, we can probably turn off. Let me load our profile real quick. I can probably turn off the levels. Here, that'll clean it up a lot. There we go. I wish I didn't have to do this on TradingView. I hate this. Why does that not load? It's...
An Iraq oil ministry will revise and correct any increases in its crude production if found in the coming 4 months to abide by OPEC Plus agreement, according to a statement.
I really don't want to see NQ below this 80 here. You want it to hold this blue, this low. Failure to do that, then it has a lot of opportunity to come back down. Yeah, I mean, we just haven't seen the bid yet that we need to push us out of here. We really want to see these levels now hold for higher lows. I don't know if we're going to get the breakout
says there's still
without
a
the
degree of
Russell breaking out of
uncertainty
this
over the
range.
labor market.
So if we can get 98s to become supportive on the Russell, I think that there's definitely a chance for this 5K to become supportive and that 811 on NQ. Till then, just gonna have to be treating these as the highs. So really keeping an eye on this red line here, that 90. Don't want to get trapped trying to long up here before the retest. Then you're gonna be liquidity for shorts for a push down. Then you'll be trapped at the. So if you're not playing off of the low of balance, or playing off of a key level that you can validate very quickly, like this 80-84 area on NQ, just be very careful when you're trying to like preemptively buy a breakout. You either buy the edge, or you wait for the retest to become supportive and the high edge to become supportive. Don't get trapped. No reason to be impatient. This kind of area. Because if 5K becomes supportive, there's 30 points of upside. So like, are you really missing out? And if you're really missing out now, why didn't you think about buying at 88.75? Gave the low. Now you gotta wait. Gotta pay the tax for not executing. to remember your odds. If you don't get the, you're not looking, sorry, if you're trying to preemptively buy a breakout and we haven't shown any sort of willing participant to bid above our resistance, you should probably inverse yourself because the likelihood of it going down is much higher than it going up. '84 level still playing. Come on, Russell, you can do it. Surely this time we push. We need to see follow through on volume for this to confirm. I've added a volume indicator, just a very basic volume indicator, so that you can see the tapering down in volume as price is accumulating here. You need to see an initiative bid first to let us know if this is going to be exhaustive, and then we need to see volume start to taper, or start to expand to the upside for confirmation that the participant is willing to play. If we see a push in volume and then a failure to then continue in that direction, we can consider that exhaustive, and then we can look for a push down. Until we see people actually wanting to participate here, this low volume is not the area you want to be executing in. You haven't shown an aggressive directional participant yet. Thing to just always keep an eye on. Trade the range. Wait until you see someone who's more active. Different pick? What does that even mean?
Goolsby says, let's not get too flipped out about yesterday's inflation data.
I get too flipped out. What?
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 74 out of 100 equaling greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, also 74 out of 100 equaling greed. And taking a look at the VIX, currently at 14.28.
See if buyers are willing to hold here now. Let this look above. Some participation here. See your increase in volume now off of the taper. So now you have an initiative bid who's stepping in. We want to see follow through afterwards.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast 3.35 million on the prior 5.521 million, with a range of 4.962 million to 1.9 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 1.55 million on the prior minus 3.145 million. Distiller inventories forecast minus 1.65 million on the prior minus 3.22 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior minus 0.033 million.
Yeah, there'll be a retest. There's like a 70% chance there'll be a retest. Just wait for the Russell to lose some momentum to retest this 98.2. Should get retests.
And from Shell, they say a US LNG pause longer than a year is a higher risk. Those EIA figures were posted in error. Those are the priors.
This guy. We'll see if they give us more than that, or if that was all we're getting. Russell's continuing momentum here.
As again, apologies for the users on the incorrect print on the EIA crude oil inventories. This is a technical issue. We're working to get this resolved. Again, EIA have not reported the inventories numbers yet.
Special juice is letting me down today. It's going to be really tough to come down further if the Russell maintains value high here in Globex high. You need to see it peak below that. Might just have to play off of this low.
And Bank of England's Bailey says as headline inflation comes down, that will lower inflation expectations and feed into wage bargaining.
There's definitely a buyer who's attempting, right? We can see it off of the taper and now the bid trying to pick up again.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast 3.35 million on the prior 5.521 million, with a range of 4.962 million to 1.9 million. Gasoline inventories forecast minus 1.55 million on the prior minus 3.145 million. Distiller inventories forecast minus 1.65 million on the prior minus 3.22 million. And crude Cushing inventories prior minus 0.033 million.
Just gonna mark this 504 just in case that is the only pullback level that we get. Again, as long as the Russell is holding this value, it's going to be very hard to get the larger pullback anytime soon. We need to see Russell show more weakness. Or you're going to have to bet off of like 504 instead of 5K.
US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
Here's your first look to see if buyers are just going to defend this 06 on ES. If the Russell fails to hold value, then I don't expect this 506 to hold. But this is your first little stacked imbalance on
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA
footprint.
crude oil inventories.
Where we have a potential buyer. Russell coming down into target. Really want to see a strong bid step in.
10 seconds. 12.018 million, 12.018 million. That's a build on the forecast of 3.35 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 3.658 million, a draw of 3.658 million, lower than the expected draw of 1.55 million. Distiller inventories, a draw of 1.915 million, a draw of 1.915 million, lower than the expected draw of 1.65 million. And crude Cushing inventories, a build of 0.7 million, a build of 0.7 million, seeing some downside in WTI oil. Stocks in the US Strategic Petroleum Reserve up 0.746 million barrels at 358.763 million barrels.
So far, solid bid off of Russell coming down low. We need to get back over value here, or there might be one more down leg. Watching our test of our value high. That is the dotted line on the chart on the Russell.
Iraq to compensate over the next 4 months for any excess oil output. We have posted the EIA weekly petroleum status report on the feed for all those interested. Brent oil prices turn negative after the EIA reports a larger than expected build in US crude inventories.
IB closed now. Here's Russell coming into our pivot. And we want to see buyers here, or it's going to have to come back down to like that 90 where VWAP is. And if it does that, that's back down to the low of balance where we initiated last time. It would be terrible. Still initiating off this 504. It's 004. Watching for Russell to show any sort of buying participation as we push in. Again, I really want to see this green box hold, ideally. If this doesn't hold, I fully expect us to come back down and slow. NQ pushing down into our Globex high and value high. Look for bids as we come into it. Again, we need to see Russell show that it is done selling. If we have NQ and the Russell pushing down at the same time, you are not going to want to be in that long trade.
Israel's Netanyahu says there's no new proposal from Hamas in Cairo on a hostage deal. Only a change in its position will allow progress. And House Speaker Johnson says the LNG export pause jeopardizes US jobs.
Trying small here at 504s. Going to be very flexible though if the Russell fails to get over our 98s. Again, I'll be looking for a push down here if this doesn't. We can't find a supportive bid or recovery. Also rejecting. Testing the lows again. NQ now coming into our Globex high, view up, or sorry, value high. Just watch as we come down into this. This is where we want to see that bid. Russell into POC here. Watch the Russell to find the low into our pivot. Into our 5,000 now on ES. Should be our structural retest if the Russell can find a bid at the lows. We're now going to need to have to bid over that 504 guy. That 04 guy, sorry. He's now offsides. You'll get a confirmation once we are able to push above that. Here it is, Russell coming into target now, and need to see an active buyer on the Russell where you add real size, but this is where we want to be attempting. Need to see a look back over 810 on NQ to confirm. You need to see a look back over 5001 on to confirm. And you need the Russell to actually show a higher low or an initiative bid at this area. This is where we will be looking for absorption. So it's not ready. song is it? Out for the Night by Conro. C-O-N. We need to see if this is exhaustive or this will be the initiation that we... Again, I need NQ back over 810s here. I need ES over 5K. I need the Russell to momentum with a higher low now that we've pushed back up. This is our retest of VWAP. Got a basing, but we need to follow through. Conro.
Bank of England's Bailey says demand for debt across markets is very strong.
Mm-hmm. So far, failures to get back over our pivots on retests. They have we are now rejecting our balance highs and we're coming back down to our balance lows. We need to see the Russell be able to base here and get back over our 98s for confirmation, or we are now just back in balance, trapped off of a failure from buyers. I don't think anything technically is wrong with this trade if you're looking at it from the Russell angle. But if you're trying to trade ES or NQ off of it, it is not happening for you on the short time frame. You just have to be patient and wait. This is a major pivot, and it's going to take a bit. Good recovery though, Ty. And what I mean when I'm talking about this is like we're looking for this value to hold. So if we don't see value high hold and it becomes resistance, we need to look for push down and we have to wait for this to recover for upside. You can't just like this is the confirmation. The pivot either holds or it doesn't, right? So like if we don't see our buyer sustaining at value high, we have to wait for that level to be recovered, or we need to play off of a lower pivot. So even if the Russell holds this low and accumulates here and goes up, we failed to hold value. We're now holding value high as resistance on these retests. This is a classic play, right? Like if we can't, a failed look above a value and then a look back into value leads to a push down to POC and to balance low. We need to wait for the Russell to confirm back above for bullish upside, or you're going to have a very hard time trying to play the break. You're most likely looking for 55s here again if we can't get back over 84s. This is like your last ditch attempt before we just come down and test value lows. And then we're just trading balance again until balance low breaks. There's a huge buyer who is offsides at 5K. So this guy can be punished pretty heavily, which is what's happening right now. So we need to be able to get back over and ensure that level is supportive again for upside. Pushing into our value lows now. Russell still maintaining. This is value low on NQ. Until this becomes resistance, you look to trade back up from here. We're just watching for reactions. It's your edge low. Same for ES into this 88.75. Keep an eye on the Russell to lead to the downside again if it fails to find a buyer at this local low. And value low becomes resistance. Same thing for ES. If 88s become resistance, we look for 82. We already have this drawn and pathed. Either balance low holds or it doesn't.
Fed's Waller says forward guidance perhaps should also signal the possible path for policy rate. And Waller says one lesson from 2020 is that forward guidance should be more flexible.
First target is into 82s. You'll have plenty of opportunity to re-enter on
And
this
Waller
short.
says Fed guidance may have
If
been
82s
too
don't hold.
restrictive.
We have a gap down to 71s. You're getting news candles right now. Just watch for retests. Either a break of 82s and for that to become resistance, or a pushback up to 88.75 on ES. This is where we are. This is the gap. If 82s become resistance, we look for the gap fill, 71s. You're looking for the Russell to lose momentum into this imbalance fill, into 91.5, 91. Where we're watching to see if there's going to be a reoffer. 82 is still holding on ES. Watch as we approach this value high, this value low to VWAP area for our seller to be positioned here. Loss of momentum on the Russell will lead to more downside. Recovery of this level will trap all sellers at this low and push us back up. It'll be important. For ES, you're just looking for sellers to maintain the either a look below 82s or a seller defense into 90s. I think if you get over 90s, you have potential to punish sell side on ES. You're wrestling the view up. Again, we need to see now push below values. You need to see weakness on the Russell for continuation here. For ES, I think you just watch this area. Seller steps in. Or pushes below that 82 and then reoffers. There's just a seller who's positioned pretty heavily at 88.5-ish on ES. So if we can make that, if we look above and then that then holds supportive, you're gonna have like a selling tail basically at the lows that then can off sides. That's basically it. You have to think about it like this. We then will have a selling tail below value, and then we'll have been made right. These guys. I can't. Wait, there we go. If we break back above value here and make it supportive, and we don't see a strong seller step in, you can then have sellers trapped in at the lows, and then we can bid back up. So we really want to see someone defend this area, our value low on this retest. If you want down, it becomes very iffy if we recover value low of our range and then bid off of it, understanding that there's seller positions there. But also that's just the recovery of where our previous buyers have been attempting over. So this is NQ as well, value low test. Want to see sellers step in here and defend aggressively. Once we see if this, what happens, I'll go through it. A couple of the rules that I think are really useful. Really keeping my eye here on our value retest on S now to see if it's supportive. We need to see a look below this and then this to become resistance down. This is where things can get a bit messy on ES and Q. Russell did. Yeah, I was talked about that earlier. Up at 5K. Or no, what is that? At 85s. Oh yeah, I see that print now. That was not there for me a second ago. Yeah, see, I think that this is where we have to wait for that to become resistance. It's basically the same size as the print at 5K buy side at 85s. So, like, if they push this back over and sellers can't get us below, I feel real bad being short. I'm truly playing off of this 82 as our pivot. So far, rejecting our value levels. You just see Russell below this pivot, or just below 82s on ES, below 706s on NQ. Until then, it's just a value trade. There's not here, unless you played off our edges. Looking into our 82s again on ES, we have buyers step in, or if we get a pierce below and sellers step in to show that as resistance. Till then, this is our lower pivot. Are people confused on how to interact here? Okay. Just want to clarify, make sure. You've got two edges. You've got your 82 higher time frame pivot, and then you've got your value low intraday pivots, right? Off of our profile, off the daily. So your 37s on NQ is resistance. Your 99 or 89 on ES is resistance. This is the current range until we see acceptance above or below these levels. So if you're unwilling to trade this range, you're waiting for a break above on either direction and then a confirmation bid or reoffer. Either we accept back into this morning's balance, or we push down to fill the gap on ES and Q, et cetera, from overnight.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Cipollone, who participates in CEO Summit organised by Eurocommerce in Brussels, Belgium.
Doesn't my value extend to current price? Get it?
And Bank of England's Bailey says what happens to inflation in spring is not what will determine the stance of monetary policy.
Watching Russell as we come up into 98.4, the value high. Your pivot. Webcast. Until we see these areas become supportive, this is it. Need to see looks above 55s for that to become supportive. See a looks above
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we
98.4
expect
on
comments from
ES or
ECB
on Russell.
Cipollone, who participates in a CEO Summit organised by Eurocommerce in Brussels, Belgium.
Just watching our Russell pivot. our pivot retest here on ES, watching our pivot on NQ. We have broken over value, back into value, I should say. You should switch to micros, man. Risk off 5 lots, have 5 lots left. Instead of just buying one mini. Okay, die. We're now just looking for value low to become supportive on retest. On the look back into it. Across the board. So if you're shorting off 60s, you want to be careful as we push back down into this retest. Always want to be watching where our previous wicks are. Right, because this is where we expect... What the hell? This is where our seller was. We want our buyer to now be interacting in that area, right, as your first risk off. So we want to just be always keeping an eye on that structure as a potential area where if sellers are no longer there, we want to look to see if buyers will now defend that. It's the same thing on ES, right? R becomes S. If you're long off of my 82 pivot, should just be in runners until we can get a reclaim back over POC. I don't think that there's anywhere worth averaging up. Unless you see like a incredibly strong initiative bid on a retested value. I think you have to wait to average up.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, officials say Iran gas pipelines exploded in an act of sabotage.
Oh,
Iranian
boy.
officials said 2 explosions struck natural gas pipelines in the country early Wednesday, calling the blasts a terrorist attack, which comes amid heightened tensions in the Middle East over Israel-Hamas war in Gaza. And shortly expecting comments from ECB Cipollone.
Oh my god, they never stop talking. I'm not mad with how passive we are at this VWAP. But again, I'd rather us look up first. Like, I want to see NQ over this this VWAP. Ideally, before like you look to add on to position. But it's not a bad sign that we're not seeing drastic selling happening at VWAP. This Euro close. If you're new, VWAP's always purple in my charts, by the way. POC is always orange. I go over to our higher time frame chart again. I just want to highlight this. We are still holding the edge of the previous auction. That's how I'm interpreting it, right? So what we're doing now is the same trade again being offered. Hold of 82s, and now we're looking to see if 89s can now become supportive again, right? If they can, then it creates another setup where we look for a push back up to 97s. If this fails to hold, you then play off of 89s to the short side for a push back down to 82s. This range is the range. Until I see a break below 82s and this become our seller, there's no more downside for me. We just play off of this pivot, either failures to hold above and then a look back into our low value here, our green box. We risk off into this. We can attempt longs into this if we see a supportive bid, but if this doesn't hold, we need to get the hell out of the way and look for either a reversal back down to this 89 or just wait. You don't want to play it. But if we don't see a supportive bid here on a look above, you need to look at this as a failure at the highs. This is a major pivot. This is the high of our 2-week balance. This isn't just some like 1 minute level. This is a key low volume node that's separating a huge auction that took place and this garbage that happened up here into our highs. Morning, Gav. You missed everything, bud.
According to sources, Nigeria's Dangote oil refinery to export its first fuel cargoes from the end of February.
It's alright, the same trade might happen for a 4th time today. Oh. This is Russell into value high. You need to see this go, we want to see a look above relatively quickly off of this if you want higher price on ES and Q. If we don't see that, this could easily mark the high of this rotation and failures at ES VWAP and NQ VWAP. So really just looking to see if Russell can maintain a higher low or an equal low. Watching this node, and we hold this node as supportive. Oh my god. All right, I think we can probably go over basic volume profile stuff while we wait. Surely we don't get the move as soon as I switch tabs. All right. So just going to show this. You have a node. We'll label this value high. We'll label this value low. We'll label this POC. All right, so what we're looking for, this is, what does this represent? This area between value low and value high represents where 70% of the volume of the volume has been traded. POC represents where the most volume was traded within this area. Value high and value low are where we can determine that we can call them the edges. And we can basically consider this our current auction, where buyers are finding value, where sellers are finding value. So we will continue to trade in a balance in between this area until one side shows a shift in value. So if all of a sudden sellers aren't showing up at value high, right? We are looking for buyers to then show acceptance and willingness to bid off of value high to let us know that they are now willing to buy at a higher price. The auction has shifted. So what we need to see is for buyers to be able to hold value area high and push off of this to show the willingness to expand, right? The willingness to move outside of balance. The same thing goes for at the lows. We are looking for sellers to show acceptance and a push down, right? And these will go to till we find a buyer and until we find a seller, right? Until we find next areas of value. But what happens if buyers or sellers fail at these areas? Well, you need to, if we see a failure on a look above, we are looking for a failure, so a spike up, and then on a look below, we then see a strong seller step in at this value area high on a look back in, and when we see this, we expect a rotation back down to value low. Because what we just saw was a failure to break outside of balance and a failure from buyers to shift value. And if buyers have failed to shift value, we will return back to previous value. Just as if sellers fail to shift value lower, we look for acceptance back above value low, right? And we look for POC and our value high. This is our first target. We then look for acceptance and a push back up to the highs. So as we come into these edges, into the tails of this distribution, we are looking to see if there's a shift in how participants are positioning. Are buyers willing to bid up here? Are sellers willing to bid down here where buyers usually are bidding? How are we moving in these tails? And until we see this acceptance above or below these areas, you need to treat this like it is a balanced auction. So if we fail at the highs, we need to look for that reoffer back into our value, and then we can look for our targets below, POC and value low, until proven otherwise. Of course, we got our move. Okay, so what happened here? We saw that the Russell pushed below value, then pushed above, recovered it, rotated all the way back up to value high, and failed the breakout. So we are now rotating down again. We need to see what happens at our POC or a push and hold above. So the areas that I'm going to be watching for here can we push over on this retest, or is this going to show a strong seller willing to now defend this area? And what are our targets below? Our targets below are going to be our POC and our value low. So until I see acceptance over this value high and the ability to bid and hold here, there is no reason to add to a long position for me, because I don't see room to the upside. The risk to reward is not there for me. Hopefully that clears things up. So this is a super important test on NQ here. This is a look below value, and now we are looking to see if sellers are willing to now offer, right, at the lows. Can we find acceptance from sellers at the lows? Why does that keep happening on my chart, man? Russell's still holding this node. Need to see a stronger seller off of it. Looking for our seller on NQ to be present here for a lower high into 47s and then push below value, or you can get screwed here. Look at the imbalance. Play off of that. Your reoffer. I guess I'm struggling spotting the reversal or supportive move. Totally understand. I will show you examples in 1 second.
US natural gas futures extend losses.
You need to see some volume step in here if you want sell side continuation. A bit of the slowdown. Need to see someone initiate, or it's going to be the same garbage scenario again. Buyers are able to defend. To see if this will turn into exhaustion here, or if we can get an initiative push down. Just give me 1 sec, Max. Waiting, we're in like a pretty vital spot. Russell being able to maintain. Really just watching our retest into value.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Nagel, who joins a panel discussion on how will financing work in the future.
There's zero volume on the Russell. Give me someone active. If we break below 85s, just be careful, because your 5-minute has potential for a 3-bar continuation down. We can't get back above, right? So you're just looking to see what happens on a break below value low, if it happens, or a push in a supportive bid over 87s. You want to be really aware of just like how we're positioning here with the imbalance above. We need to see like Russell be able to show like an actual volume and a bid above value high here, and keep actually catch a bid. Invalidate just like how sellers are positioning here on EOS and NQ for that matter. It's with the 3-bar as well. We can make this the high of that candle supportive, right? Like it can become that reversal to a play back up to the highs. But if we push the lows, you want to just be looking at downside continue. I just want you guys to be aware structurally how we're looking. That's the problem is like these longs, if they don't have any follow through, can just be exhaustive because they're just right back into our seller. Like you need an active buyer to step in. I had decent volume on it, but we follow through. Well, with the increasing the fees, yeah, it's definitely it's a bit more drastic. But it'll be less than nuking your account with a mini. Yeah, they switched to basically like the Apex model. You have 50 50 micros now, or 5 minis instead of 5 minis or 5 micros. It's the
At
stupidest thing.
12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Nagel, who joins a panel discussion on how will financing work in the future.
When your model is like that, you're all about risk and like positioning, and you've got like your AI coach and everything, and then you like don't give the traders the opportunity to trade micros. Okay, dude. Like, do you guys even trade? Do you understand? I don't get it. Back to our 85s here. So far, nothing has convinced me that push up was bullish. Like, we're definitely still just ranging and holding higher lows right now, but there's no follow through on that buy. See if anyone actually initiates with actual size at the lows on Russell. Oh, trying. If they get absorbed. This is Russell back into POC. VWAP just below. You get a bit of a little bit of relief here with the LVN that we created off of that sell. We look for a seller to then re-offer into the imbalance and then push price down again, or for buyers to recover this node. I'm going to go over this a bit more after the fact, but this is something that I've been watching a lot lately, especially with Footprint, is just watching this taper, basically looking at these like V's on volume,
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Nagel.
I'll talk about it more in a second. It's so hard for me to like do educational stuff when we're in. When I'm trying to like actively trade. All right, it's here or nowhere for the Russell. Again, we saw basically our buyers fail to show any sort of initiative into the highs. No follow through, and we got a tapering down in volume. We then saw a large seller step in with volume, and then we saw them hold our imbalance created off of the sell candle on NQ and ES. Gave you a reoffer. Right, this area here where you're looking for your seller to be positioned for continuation down. Same thing on ES. Same thing on the Russell. And now we're actually seeing real volume kind of step in. If price can't recover 82s, remember where we're headed, right? 71s on ES. I think there's potential to look for this reoffer into 82s if we see Russell show any sort of sign of life into our value low here at 91.2. This is your Russell potential low. Again, we can still probably play down into the 71 to Globex low at 68. But just keep in mind that if the Russell finds a buyer here and we don't make this resistance, that we can expect a bit of relief, but at least come back up to our 82 level. just a little bit of relief. We're in the middle of nowhere. You're not scalping, but your fees are huge. What are you talking about? How are you not scalping? BB. Are you swinging futures positions? I'm risked off mostly here on NQ. I need to see 706 become our resistance for push down to 680s and our final target into 71, 68 area on ES. Watching our RTY look back into value here. Value to POC, value to VWAP. It's really, can we now see our seller maintain here? Basically, on a reoffer. Should be looking up and looking for our seller on ES and NQ as we come up into these, but our Russell so far has marked the relief every single time, so just keep that in mind. You just watch to see our interaction here into these levels. This 80 to 82 is we're going to be looking for your seller on ES off of the imbalance. You have some wicks showing you that there's already a sell kind of in place here, but we have our LVN we're playing off of. Whatever comes first, either the Russell rejection and then reoffer a value low, or a push up into these levels is the next area. If you're going to average down on a short position, where I'd be looking to do it if you're already in the thing. Until then, just either looking for a recovery of 82s and a supportive bid to play it back up to 90, or nothing. I think you just tagged someone else.
ECB's legal says there's a lot to do on German economy.
All right, changed his name to Not Sig. There you go. So again, if a seller was going to be active, I'd be looking for them to
ECB's
be
Nagel says the
positioning
German
into
economy
this.
may have contracted in Q1.
This 80 to 82 is where you want to see sellers try to defend. You don't really want to see it go much higher than that, to be honest, because then it has potential to come back up to that 90, right? So as we come into this, you want to see this as an exhaustive buy, and you don't want to see any follow through. If there's follow through, then you don't want it. I wouldn't short anything. I want to see this as basically as like a last hurrah. There's a lot of potential for that to be the low if we don't go for the exact gap fill. But yeah, that's the structural repair. But I'm not going to write home about it until I see recovery of some of these levels and an active buyer. Well, again, this was what we were targeting. It's just a push back down to fill the gap off of the rejection of 80. But we've done the full move. Now you're just looking to see if 82s now hold as resistance. That's literally it. And if 82s become supportive again, you play back up to 89s. This has been, these levels in the trade plan on how to interact with them has been posted since yesterday. All we're doing is filling Russell RTH structure.
So crude futures are extending losses, with Brent crude down by about 1% now. For a reversal setup to happen, what do we need to see here? For a 3-bar. We want to see this become supportive, right? So we want to see a candle close here, and then the ability to then bid and then hold this area or upside back to our reoffer. Until then, this is just a retest of value. We're looking for 82s to be able to bid and hold for a continuation. Right, this is what buyers are looking for: the ability to hold here, bid off of this, and then push up back to VWAP. Sellers are going to look to push down, reoffer this.
So we'll get confirmation if this is the low if we get back up. Until then, we're just looking to play again this 80 back up to this 80 90 area on EM. Until that becomes supportive again. That's the top of your range. For NQs, 5 to VWAP, what that level is. 65 10-point range above. We're just looking to see if there's continuation off of push above on this 82. I keep forgetting I need to like reiterate things for guys that aren't in the Discord. You got a close above, and we got a bid and a hold. So all you're looking for a reversal confirmation, or to play as like a reversal, is you're looking for buyers to be able to maintain and bid, and now hold ideally this candle body high. So this is where you're looking to attempt, and this would be your risk basically, and you're looking to play up to here. If this 5-minute closes, that'd be awesome, but really you're just looking to see how we open on the next candle, and if are we willing to hold the mid to the high of the previous for a push up. That's just like a candle based thing. I don't think that there's really an issue just playing off of the level though, and then stop the wick low off of 8 as like a more realistic trade plan. Again, what's the idea here? It's like either buyers are going to attempt, be willing to trade off of this and then look for a push up, or sellers are going to push below this, and this should give you a re-offer point for a continuation down. I don't really love this trade, not gonna lie. You just aren't seeing anyone active and Russell's into our pivot. We just need to see someone go a little bit more initiative to want to hold this price. What I mean by that is, as we pushed up into this high, we started to see huge in our volume or our participation in this area. So until we get a spike to let us know kind of who actually trying to push, I don't really have anything to play off of here because I'm not really expecting a ton of movement or continuation, right? Actually acting. These areas are really hard to play continuations if you don't have an objective level to stop off of. So I think playing around like a key pivot like this can be good. But as long as we're continuing to bid off of this area and we don't see a look below and then a retest is resistance, I think that should be fine. But like if you start to see that where we're no longer showing a sustained bid at this level on every attempt into it, then it's like, okay, well, why am I trying to participate here? I weighted blankets. I can't sleep without it now. I hated mine at first, but now I like actually can't live without it. Careful as we come up into our Russell pivot. Got your value high and our actual just pivot at this 98.4. So let's see if we get rejections again, just like last time where it caused the sell-off. Supportive buyers step in for continuation. I really want to see acceleration here. Don't want this to stall out again. This is NQ pushing into our target, 55s. Remember, it's this 55 to 65 area that needs to show as supportive if you're looking for any more upside, or this is going to be... This is it. If we can make this supportive, then we can look to play back over into 84s and POC. Watch as ES approaches our 89s. If you longed off of 82s, that's a 0 drawdown trade. Now, again, there's only a risk off here. There's no average up until these levels show as a supportive hold. Then you can play into POCs above. Until then, just understand that this is where we expect seller positioning to be until we push back up and are showing this as a supportive hold. We are now testing our value high again on the Russell. Let's see if it's able to hold this time or if the exact same shit happens. Can we find acceptance over Globex high? Again, only runners. Until we see a push above, we should be expecting a very similar pattern to what we saw on the Russell and on ES and on NQ as we pushed into these areas last time. We want to see a supportive bid. NQ looks better than the previous attempt, but we do need to
US
see the
Treasury
Russell find a
Secretary
low
Yellen,
here.
addressing the market reaction to the CPI data, says it's a tremendous mistake to focus on minor fluctuations.
I would love to see a hold of our our 98.4 and then a bid back over value high. But just really see where buyers are willing to hold this thing. Until I see like a really clear supportive hold, I just am gonna continue to act with caution at these highs.
Yellen adds that the prices of gasoline, eggs, cars and trucks have declined and inflation overall is coming back down to normal levels.
How much is a carton of eggs for you guys? Like $6 here for me. Ridiculous. $4. Yeah. I wish we had Kroger here. There's no Kroger anywhere close. But we have like Aldi's. That's where if I'm going to like buy anything like that, I like make a special trip to Aldi. But like my local like grocery store that's nearby, that's like the city grocery store, is so expensive for no reason. And they know that they can price stuff like that because it's the only one around. Without having to like drive out of the city. They call it like a district market. Makes them think that they can add like $10 on prices. Another reason why you should come to Florida. I miss when my dad had a chicken coop in his backyard. It was just free eggs forever. We can grow the chickens here.
Treasury Secretary Yellen adds that Americans are starting to feel better about the economy.
Ooh, nice. I don't think I've ever seen zucchini or mushrooms in chicken soup before, but I'm sure it's great. You're going to need to see some strong buyers bring this back up. You are relying heavily on NQ55 here. Russell still rejecting value high. ES rejecting our VWAP pivot. You need to see buyers lift this ASAP. Later, Kowalski. There's probably going to be nothing until 2 anyways. 132. If you're going to come back around then. Just getting a mean reversion right now.
Crude futures continue
low
losses,
volume.
WTI and Brent falling by $1 a barrel.
$132? No, 1:30 to 2 o'clock Eastern. Yeah. This is, I swear, sometimes you guys don't. This is 1:30 to 2. This is your end of lunch and then your first kind of like catalyst into the afternoon session. You see the opportunity that kind of presents? This is like a pretty average move into 2. Just as like you get a potential reversal on the IB close and then the retest at 11. This is where our pivot is, where we look for another push hourly. You get some like pretty huge moves off of these closes. These I'm calling them periods, but these are like areas where you can get some pretty solid trades. And it's not like lunch doesn't give you opportunity, it's just choppy. It's like, look, where we got in our second reversal, you reverse back up to value, you reject, right? IB close, another one, push down. This is your reversal, push up. It gives you an opportunity. First reversal, did nothing, just chopping sideways. Not a great example, but usually these play pretty well. So at end of lunch into 2 Eastern, we should get another move. Right now, we're just oscillating around value. All right, so NQ still holding, finding buyers at VWAP, Russell still holding our pivot, ES chopping. Really nothing to say yet. Watching as NQ comes into our target into 4s to 90. This needs to become supportive. If it does, we can then look back up to 810. This is your next, like, need to see the look above, the ability to bid, and then pop, and then play into Globe XI. But yeah, like Grotto, let me see if I can find a good example. They're just the burn times from. They're the ones that I create the period fixed ranges off of, the reversals. Off of like potential catalysts. Your times to watch. But what I've done is the that indicator that I've been referencing quite a bit lately. I've divided it into 3 periods or 3 sessions, quote unquote sessions. I think periods is probably the better word so we don't confuse people. But basically, the first one is the first session prints based off of the first reversal. What we're taking is a fixed range of our first 30 minutes of the day and then extending it outward. So we're taking the initial positioning on the day and then extending that fixed range outward as value to play around. And then we're taking the open until this second reversal at 11 o'clock. And that's a new fixed range. And then we're extending it all the way through lunch as where value should be found to play around. And then our third period is from open until that third reversal and then that's the value area for the last part of the day. And then it creates a new area with pivots to play around. And well, that alpha is just on the bottom of the chart. I don't know if you noticed. In the 3 pin that you guys have access to. Crazy. Huge alpha. Yeah. The updated version, they're gonna pop before time actually happens, so you'll have a bit to get ready for it. I mean, it's basically done, man. We're just working on like figuring out what we should alert. The alerts that we currently have are when it prints a new fixed range period, it's going to post the value levels in chat and give you an idea of like where we can go. And I also ideally would be able to alert key times of day as well, but I mean, we'll see. But really, I that's it. I mean, there's an alert for these caterpillars as well. I'm running an outdated version of this indicator on this chart, but these are basically areas where this is purely price action based, but we're looking for, they're an indication of a potential reversal back to our mean. If we're inside this green box or inside this red box here, and these are just a how do I explain? It's basically a deviation away from value, I guess. So this is an area where if we're in a balanced market, we expect price to kind of exhaust into these areas and come back down to it. And then the caterpillar will appear.
Treasury yields extend their drop. The 2 years down by 10 basis points on the day now.
So we have alerts for that as well, but I don't know how actionable these are as of yet, because you need to see like some sort of absorption or some sort of other signal, maybe like a divergence to kind of play off and then push into one of these levels. But I mean, personally, I think that it's incredibly actionable as a pivot. And you can see just, this is our 89. It's really nice. And like if we can make our 95 supportive, we go back up to our balance high, which is at 5K. But like if this becomes resistance, it's also going to shift color, and then any attempt into it will go as red, and we look for that as our sell or our risk off for longs until we see it show supportive again. I find the Russell ones really, really good, because Russell usually trades in a tighter range, which is great. Identify areas of value. And this does a better job, in my opinion, than just a standard daily profile, because we're breaking it down into 3 different periods, kind of be able to capture the move a little bit more. Capture like the price action on the areas we should be paying. Are we gonna squeeze here? I mean, I think if we have to get over this 92 guy on ES, these buyers, you think they offload to break even? Or do they add to a position for fuel? I don't know. Got some like pretty strong, like this 92, 93 area, some buyers that were dramatically offsides on the way down. I think if sellers fail on a push and it looks exhaustive, then yeah, we'll probably squeeze. I just don't know if it's gonna require like pullbacks to these levels first to trap some people before we get the a buyer to like care. Like I'll feel real comfy looking for long continuations when I finally see Russell show like a strong buyer into this Globex high and value high at 2000. Like as soon as if this bids here, like that would be an amazing sign. If we chop there again, oh my god, get me out of here. Alright, I'm deleting this. We're just rotating around this level. I still really care about this pivot for Russell, so I'll leave that. And the NQ one is played to a T, so there's nothing to say here, but I will change the color to... We just have to see if they absorb here again. That's my biggest issue with ES, is like, it just is like pretty clear that there was absorption here previously at this 92, 91, 50, 92 area. Like with the, like we need to be able to push above, or this just seems like it'll be the same. Or I thought we might be able to at least come up to 95s and then like really re-offer that seller. Sorry, at 95, 50, 96 on ES. I don't know. Let's see if they can do it here. That'd be nice. I'd like to see like 9150 now hold on any look into it again. I don't want to see these guys fail. Like, see if the offer sticks here off of the failure for the bids to hold at that 9150. Now you have this guy that's trapped at 9250 again. Like, it's the same absorption level on footprint. So, like, we need to see this guy get basically exhausted here, or absorbed, however you want to put it. Basically just a failed push down, and then a buyer immediately stepping in, rip this thing over. Because now you have a potentially trapped buyer here. So I'm gonna be just looking for like a failed look below, and then someone to like actually step in, push this thing back up, or think it could get rough. You see what I'm talking about? The guy, 758 contracts traded, buy with 0 on sell there. It's just like, yeah. And it's like the same shit as before when we were in that area in the last test here. But like if we can push through it, then like they get destroyed, right? that's the
So seeing from Israel's PM Netanyahu says Israel to fight until
That's the
victory,
thing.
including in Rafah. So Israel to operate in Rafah until civilians are allowed to leave, according to Israel's PM Netanyahu.
That's the gamble. That's the gamba. I worked for like after market yesterday. I was probably on a call for like 4 hours trying to figure out if we could make an indicator, like a better volume suite for delta candles. Also, a way to show a better interpretation of absorption versus initiation, and exhaustion. Specifically exhaustion and like initiation, because they can be very similar, but initiation just has follow through, right? And like an initiative bid can, it's still initiative at the beginning, but then there's just no follow through. They get absorbed, and then there's a directional move in the other direction, a push down in the other side. But like we have such horrible volume data on TradingView, man. It is rough. So trying to like figure out a rule set to make this thing work is bad. I was in a call trying to like create a rule set for 4 hours last night after I got off live with you guys. I don't know if we're gonna be able to, be honest. But that's like the last kind of like big indicator I'd want for the TFC suite, is like a full volume analysis tool. I think we have everything that we need other than that, to be honest. Shouldn't TV be able to get better data? They just choose not to. Yes and no. They'd have to do some they want better data, and they're looking to implement more tools in the future. Like they have a footprint in development. But it's been in development for like 4 years. But it's still being worked on. But yeah, they should have much better data. People have been asking for it for forever.
ECB's Nagel says inflation is going in the right direction, but we're not there yet.
You would think that they would want to defend the 63 on the 63 to like 71 on NQ. Is that buyer gonna let him go off sides? I don't know. We want to see a strong rebid on a look over this 92. So just as I have drawn, we now want to see someone like show their hand here to pop price. I think Rory left way earlier today. And Varg is studying again. He's got school, ed school. So he's taking a break. He said yesterday that that was probably his last session for a while, unless he has time. He's got to study for med school again. There it is. Come on. This is exactly what we want. You want like 92s to now be like very defend on EOS. So far, bid holding. I'd like to see a bit more aggression. Q is really holding us down here. Later, Cass. So right here, good entry for ES. I preferred the entry down here, but we're now looking for ES to defend this 92. Yeah, we need to see Russell and NQ pair though. We got our look above, and we need to see buyers initiate, and so far we're not. We saw the look above. This is the move. So now you're trying to get in at a higher price instead of playing off of the edge. So it becomes a bit more difficult. Sorry, I don't look at YouTube chat as frequently as I do Discord. Long entry here? No. Watch as we come into 98.4 on RTY. We need to see this hold. This blue box. We just saw buyers fail at the highs off of a push. Yep. And just back down to our 85 edge. Either this 88.50 is going to hold as your seller, or we're going to push back up into 91, 92, and then that's going to be where we have to look for a reoffer. As long as Russell is maintaining value high, though, there's potential. I still think your like real liquidity test is probably just going to be this 80 to 82 if sellers are in control here off of the failure. And this will probably be the long. If you're not like already in. Why did you guys wait until the trade was like 90% done, then ask if it was a long entry? Hello? We're in runners off of 82s. The long was 82s. But I said the long was 82s. We're looking for a continuation for a push up into this. Now we're just watching to see what the next leg is. This should either be our reoffer here into this seller, into this node, and then we're looking for one of these maneuvers. Push down into this, look for liquidity here into this 80-82 again. Or we look for a push back over this 92, and for that to become supportive. We have to be careful with the Russell. If the Russell is not showing us a low, why are we looking to play? If NQ is pushing down and doesn't have a pivot nearby, why are we looking to play? What's going to drive ES up? So let's see if liquidity is going to be found here into this 8082. If it isn't, it's going to be real rough.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $91 counterparties take $575.332 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
You want to see NQ back over 55 if you want that continuation, I think. Or let's see. I don't think it's bad. And we know that there's a buyer down here at this 82 to 80. I would have liked it a little bit lower, but as long as Russell's holding the pivot, I think it's fine. There should be another attempt for longs if we get back over 80, 89 again. Till then, it's just kind of like risk off for ES. Gotta get back over VWAP now. It's a bummer.
ECB's Nagel says I see inflation back at 2% in 2025 at the latest. And ECB's De Guindos says the process of disinflation has been quite clear.
This is risk off until we see it become supportive again. Just back to this fucking. I trade both, Robert. Just depends what has better price action on the day. If we're in like a really tight range on ES, then I'll trade NQ. If the ES pivots are playing well and we have like higher time frame levels, then I'll trade mostly ES for larger positions. NQ mostly for scalping, because I can make 20 points in a ES 2-point range. ES, I'll do more directional positioning. I can size up more comfortably.
ECB's De Guindos says the impact of Red Sea tensions has been limited so far.
It's right in the middle. Need to make that supportive, man. This needs to be able to hold. Is this not going to work because everyone and their mom is going to see this inverse? They're going to be looking at this. Alright, the inverse head and shoulders. Wonder if that's gonna just trap people. I feel like you're gonna know if it's a VWAP rejection on this retest here. You'll get your decision maker. Like, this is what you want to see for like a VWAP rejection equation. It is odd that we didn't show it as supportive on the above and attempt to hold, but this is, again, until it becomes supportive. Same for NQ. I'm really just keeping an eye on the Russell being able to maintain Globex high and value high. Big cursed, don't believe. Guilty yet. Tricky. God. You held ES from 80 to 93 and then held it back down to 8. Is that what you just said? God damn it. Oh, okay. I thought you let it go back down to break even. Not bad. It's just the opportunity cost, man. What's up, Rory? Brodo was doing his best impression of you. Roll up. Let's see. What's up, Kev? Oh boy, Tom joke. No, I haven't, Tom. Wait, it wasn't a joke? But I know what Murphy's Law is. I was just trying to set you up. Yeah, you're looking to see if 80, 82. Have you heard of Cole's Law? No, I have not. Oh, see, I messed up your setup. I was supposed to answer yeah, but then you're like, oh. Dude, I haven't slept. I'm sorry. I'm out. I'm about to start playing chess on stream. Why are you playing Clash Royale? Yeah, stop getting banned from games. Learn to not speak. You're a typer. Stop it. What is there even to talk trash about in Clash Royale? What are you doing? Aunt.
So, according to sources, the White House can't say there's no need to worry about undisclosed national security threat.
Watching our view up on ES. Back into our pivots here. See if our seller tries to step in or if we can get our buyer to push back over. I honestly don't think the bull look is bad. I just think it's mistimed. I mean, there's just clearly a buyer here at 85s. There's clearly liquidity at 80 to 82. But there's clearly a seller absorbing at 90, 93. So it's just, we need to wait for lunch to end and volume to come back, and then we can get a directional move. This is your seller if they were going to be here, and you'd expect them to be right here to defend at 92s. We want to see any looks back down into this 90 to 89 area. It's basically to be bid.
US State Department spokesperson Miller, when asked about the national security threat, says it's not appropriate to speak to the matter any further in a public setting.
What? Surely Nvidia goes up another $300. Fire defending our that 89 to 90 that I was just talking about so far. Need to see follow through though, or it doesn't matter. Come on. I would love that for my long term, but for the health of the market, it's scary. Let me see if I can show what I was just talking
House
about on a
Speaker
smaller time
Johnson
frame.
says there's no need for public alarm on the security threat.
Guys, so like when I talk about needing to see a buyer defend an area, this is where you can initiate. Do we see this area that's created on the 15-second? This is what I'm watching on the DOM and on the footprint. Is this interaction. We get a lift, right? A push on the bid. We see a buyer show their hand here. We see a actual imbalance being made on footprint. I'm looking for buyers to defend this on a retest in and for liquidity to be found again for buy side for a push up. This is what we're looking for. Once I actually can see someone that is moving price and has some sort of pace to it, right? We're then looking to play off of that. You're not seeing what I'm showing on YouTube? What are you seeing? What? Okay, here. This is the area that I was just talking about for the 89.90. We see a candle lift above that VWAP. I see an active buyer here that's created an imbalance on the footprint. We see a stacked imbalance where there's buy side liquidity. We've pushed spread. We're pushed over. I'm now looking for, on a pushback into this area, bid to be defended immediately for a push out. This is where you're looking for on your DOM for price to come back into your level for that rebid for a continuation. We're looking for liquidity to be found there for that push out. That can be a super actionable setup. And if we don't see it immediately, this will flip to resistance and you reverse your position. You take a 1 point stop, or you then reverse and then you can go short. But this is kind of like, once we see an actionable like participant, we want to be playing off of them. This is why I was using the 15-second, because it shows you the things that if you're not looking at DOM, or you're not like great at watching it, or you're not great at the footprint yet, like we can at least still see these actionable areas where we're looking for price to be able to hold off of a buy. Especially if I can point them out and then you can visualize it on a smaller time frame. Yeah, I can definitely feel like you're buying the top if you just are like, don't see that active guy, right? This is our coming into our target here. Again, this is our 97 to 5001 on ES. Until this becomes supportive, this is our pivot into the highs. This is our Globex high on NQ. So we need to make these red lines supportive for more upside on a retest. This 810 is our 30-second opening range on NQ. It's also your Globex high. What's Globex? That's the session that isn't the Chicago session. It's after hours. Globex are the other session. Your Asian session. So you have two. You have RTH, regular trading hours, and then you have electronic trading hours. And these are going to be all of your other sessions that aren't the Chicago session. So we're basically just Globex high. You could also consider it your overnight high. And the Globex low would be your overnight. It's just another word for it. I would love to be able to see 96, be able to hold on to here. Really, we're just watching to see if we can now bid and maintain off of this previous structure, right? We just want price to be able to now hold here, and we're looking for any sort of look above and the ability to now hold over 8. But we're watching for some pullbacks. We're at our targets. We now just need to see if price needs to come back further, if we can now hold previous structure as supportive, or if we can just get the look above immediately. I'm kind of in the camp here that we're going to get a retest of our previous structure, or at least this level. Just our previous sell was here. We're now looking to see if buyers are willing to buy where the previous sell was, or if this is just going to be kind of like a squeeze off of that and buyers really aren't willing to price up. Is this an acceptable sell level? Do we need to come back further for value, right? I don't know it yet. I need to see it. But that's why we have levels. We just have to wait to see where people initiate. Watching these orange lines though. Appreciate it, Mark. We honestly might need to wait 17 minutes for this move to happen into the new hour. Hopefully not. Okay, so go long here. Got it. What? Might get a weak butte for that one, Gav. Not just going to be a Clash Royale, you know? This is where we're going to be looking to see if longs are willing to defend. Again, this is just previous structure on NQ and coming down into the Russell. We're watching how we basically interact with this previous structure and our node that's here looking for bids. So again, just if you shorted, this is your first little risk off where you're moving stops down, or you're now looking to look for a initiative bid and then a higher low to step in to recover a level if you're looking for a buy. As of right now, I think it's just a first short risk off, or if you're in a long from lower, we're looking to basically just see if this can hold to get an average up. It's an awkward position because we're in the middle of our two levels, and that's why I say it's a good first risk off if you're in a short, but it's not a great initiative buy if you haven't taken a position yet, just because you'd basically be buying at the highs. Sorry if that wasn't help, but yes, I'm with you. I close longs into the edge. I don't open longs into the edge. So just to highlight our time frame structure, this is where we are. We're still just rotating 82 to 5,000 until we see 5,000 become supportive. There's no upside look. If we can make 5K supportive, we can look for 13. If we make 13 supportive, we can look for 33s. Until then, we are still trapped within this area. This 5,000 to 97 is the high of our previous 2-week balance. This is a very important pivot. It's going to take quite a bit of effort to get through. This is what we were looking at on the, I pointed this out. We'll have to see if this plays. You have this inverse cup and handle, or sorry, and shoulders thing, right? Into our pivots. And we're now looking for previous structure to be supportive, like I was just talking about. This is where you look for that buyer to kind of defend this area. Ideally, see basically the shoulder line become supportive. You want to see volume kind of taper down, and then you want to see spike in volume show initiation afterwards with this kind of setup. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these kind of patterns on smaller time frames, but I did see this, and it worked well with our levels that we established. We still need to get over this pivot though, regardless. But we are going to be looking for buyers to basically come back in, right? Because now off of this setup, you're now looking for a flag and then a push. Yeah, continuation. What's the command for head and shoulders? HNS? Surely there's a different command. Yeah, the graphic that I made. There you go. Nice. See if I can copy and paste this in here, or if it's too big. Yikes. There's a graphic I made of like what you're looking. Nine minutes until turn of the hour. I didn't even see your joke because I spammed chat with looking for a chart or for that image. But I don't get the joke anyway, so that's not helpful. Is that from the movie Airplane? Yeah. The Don't Call Me Shirley. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I'm not doing too hot today. 0 for 2. No, you didn't, Tom. Yep. Yep. Yep, there it is. Hello, bud, Rory. Why do you want us to be stuck in this range, bud? I've been in this range for 12 hours. I took this same trade from 82s to 97s at 3 o'clock in the morning and have been here since. You want me to be here still in this range? That's crazy. Ugh. A 1000% would be nice, Sig. You guys realize that I've given you like to the tick lows
GCB's Nagel
multiple
says history
times over the
suggests
last
it's
2
worse
weeks
to cut too soon than too late.
on ES and NQ. Like we called 37s, just, but not today. Hello, I gave you a full plan today. I gave you downside and upside target. Hello. If sellers make 430 resistance, we look for 49.20 to 49.16, 20-day POC. What did I say in chat afterwards? If this area oh shit, I don't have it in the screenshot. It's from the update from this morning. Thanks. Wait, give me a sec. I got a screenshot. $82. They search the word 80. Wait, I might not be able to prove this without a replay. Am I doing anything today? Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep, man. Turn of the hour in 3 minutes. You think I celebrate Valentine's Day? You're crazy. I don't need you to send me some chocolate, Simon. Ugh. Jesus. We should be getting a move here at the turn of the hour, though. Let's give it a sec. We'll have to see if this pullback was enough now that we're pushing back down into our buyers. We need to get back over 96s on ES. So far, just bouncing VWAPs across the board. Just need to watch for these reoffers. I don't know if I stay for full session. We'll see what happens. I'm already staying later. I need to start like really abiding by that 12:30. But you guys don't take any of my plays in the morning, so then I have to stay longer. Feels bad, man. I was done with today before the market even opened. So it's just like, I don't know. New zones just printed. See what happens. Our Russell reversal target is down at 2001.2. Just an FYI. This 9150 is going to be an incredibly important pivot. We're looking for this 9150 to, I mean, it's the same levels, right? But this, we're in between our two pivots that just got created for our period. 9750, 9150. A look below this and this becoming resistance. We have our reversal target into 80. Watching out for our reaction into our VWAP here again. Waiting to see what the Russell does into this low. Right now we're just rotating ticks around ES and NQ up, so want to see if the Russell can catch a bid down here at our stacked rebid reversal line, or if we're going to need to come back down to that Globex high and our value high again, that 2000, 2002 area. Globex high is just your overnight highs. It's labeled as ETH high on my chart. You can see that it's here on the Russell. Okay, what I tell you about that hourly move? Come on now. Worth? This is your target. Risk off shorts here until this becomes resistance. That's how the period indicator works. Reversal, trigger, print, target, put down. Probably play this down into this Russell one, to be honest. Watch how price rotates around this. Wait for the Russell to stop selling before you try to go long, but this is probably where we're going to see a bids attempt at least. This is like one of my favorite trades these days. The 2 o'clock reversal into our value level. Easy money. In an ideal world, we're looking for a look below this, a recovery, and a rebid off for a long entry as the Russell comes down into this low. I really don't want us to just sell, man. We just like retrace this entire thing again, I'm going to be really upset. So I'm looking for basically a look below and then a bid back above, push back up as the Russell comes into a low and shows a bottoming into our pivot. If this becomes resistance on a retest and we can't get back over, there'll be a long continuation. Again, though, I don't want to see it. I want to be out of here. I needed the Russell back over weekly AVU up here. I don't know. I've been trying all day. We'll see if this is actual absorption here. We need follow through. A lot of weight being put on that 80 to 82 liquidity. Want us back over 85s ASAP if this play. Huge. Your seller offer. We need follow through from buyers. Come on, though. Like, come on. That's pretty cool, isn't it? We need to be risking off longs up until they're supportive. Just as before in every other reversal, just watch Russell. Sustain momentum, right? Any lack of momentum there with NQ also coming into a pivot, going to cause chop and more downside. You're in a downside trend, right? So have to risk off in pivots. But as long as the Russell is maintaining, there's a higher probability that a push is likely. We just want to be aware of our levels above. How many times do you think I've said the 49.82 today and Russell value high? Probably 100 times. 82 times. You better give me a copy so that I don't have to be here. I can be in bed. So the update for the indicator that'll come out, will get a notification that a reversal, we're coming into a potential reversal catalyst area, right, on the hourly with our new period, our fixed range period opening. It'll then give you the levels for ES, NQ, and RTH for these levels for where that likely, where we're looking for like our value magnets, I guess I'm going to call them. And then it'll show that all in chat. That's kind of the idea as of right now. We'll see. And then I don't have to stay till 2. I can leave at 12:30 and you guys still have levels to play. Yes. I really want 87s to hold here on ES. We have buy side liquidity potentially from 87 to 85 on ES, but 87s would be the best outcome for any sort of selling, that aggressive sellers that try to push down price into like pushing into this. Again, just watch as we come into our VWAPs. Russell's still maintaining momentum, so we're getting upside, but this is where algos perform right off of VWAP. So if there's a seller who is trying to transact for the best average price in this downtrend, they will be here. You just want to be aware of it. Watching the Russell as we come up into the highs. See if this acts as a pivot. You see how little volume is stepping in as we're pushing up here? So we'll get a side who will try to force price in a direction. And after we get our volume spike candle, if they fail to move price and get continuation, we should go in the opposite direction. But I'm just going to be watching to see like how the sell reacts. Because like you're clearly seeing like buyers starting to slow down, right? But if this seller off of this push doesn't push us below this liquidity and we see buyers then step in and then we see a volume ramp up, that would give me an idea that like that was all sellers had and then we're looking for a push up. Just like keeping an eye on that ramp down in volume as price pushes up. It's just like a clear pivot. But after that, what's the reaction? Do buyers maintain a higher low, right? Do they come back in full defense to push us over that? That's like the stuff that we need to start to pay attention to know if there's someone to play with. Russell maintaining highs is afraid to know. Yeah. No time yet. I want to work out any kinks. I think we're probably basically there on it. To be honest, I just need to figure out the description, or TradingView will reject it. The description's the hardest part about coming up with indicators. They reject everything. Watching the Russell here up at the highs. We lose momentum, or if we're able to hold our higher lows, higher or equal lows. Again, we're at NQ into our VWAP, POC area. We're at our VWAP on ES. We just need to see if these areas will maintain a bid. Now that we're pushing above. Wait, Aram, were you here for this? Do you see that 2 o'clock reversal and then a push into our new period fixed range? Russell's still like full bid.exe. What's the symbol for the bottom part of RTY? Are you talking about this thing? The watermark? Or are you talking about this? Oh, the indicator? Yeah, this is delta. And then this is just volume. This is POC on NQ. We push into 80s. I still don't really see a seller on the Russell on footprint. So like pretty active bid. Watch to see what happens down at 1070 on RTY. But that's about it. Watch as we push into 84s on NQ and R98. Yes, this is now a full push through our balance, right? Our new value area. So until 98s become supportive, we'll be looking for more upside. Same for until we make 84s supportive on Q. Just watching Russell to see if it can maintain the higher lows. We have a really nice node to now play off of below us. Or potential pullbacks, sorry.
NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at $1.60. NYMEX diesel March futures settle at $2.81 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline March futures settle at $2.31 a gallon. And NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $76.64 a barrel. That's down $1.23 or 1.58%.
Pushing into our node now on RTY. See if buyers step in again, or if we're going to push down lower to this lower edge down at like 208.4. I would line up nicely with ES and NQ retesting VWAPs or POC. So looking to see if we find buyers basically at either this edge at 210 or at 208.4, right? The edges of our high volume node. Again, like if Russell doesn't find buyers there, then it's a pretty good sign of kind of a loss of momentum and a potential larger pullback or just a reversal in general. We really want to be paying attention to where that Russell finds its, see if we're going to get that continuation. Hopefully you've been following me with my rule of if the Russell is pushing up and has momentum, don't short the market and wait for the Russell to find a pivot and then lose momentum to then look for shorts. Save you a lot of really garbage trades. Yeah, I mean the context is that it's worked 7 times so far at this level, right? Surely it'll work again. But yeah, I'm with you. I really need to see NT. I want to see 84 become supportive so that we can push back up to 810. We're holding the 30-second opening range right now below. That's that 780, 784. Here's your 98s on ES. Again, we need to see a look above this to then supportive. Same thing for 784 on NQ. They're attempting to absorb Russell here, but I don't think.
German government expects GDP to grow by 1% in 2025, down from October forecast of 1.5%, and expects inflation to be at 2.8% in 2024, 1.9% in 2025.
This is your mid of your 30-second opening range on NQ at 97s. If you can breach over 97s, it becomes pretty likely. Seller attempting again on Russell. It's pretty lackluster so far. Like to see 12 stay bid, ideally on RTY. Sorry, 1280. 12. Russell footprint is disgusting. 12, like 40, 12.4. I'd like to see basically these sellers, the buyers, now try to defend off of this wick line. If not, then it's going to be another one of these things where if we fail to hold this edge, then we're going to have to come to this edge. Really watching to see if buyers will step in. Yeah, what's up? Are you talking about like how I just found that 12.4? Or what do you mean? Are you talking about like for like a rebid? Oh, that's higher time frame structure. When does the 5,000 level become valid? You would need to see like a flag or some sort of wicking into that area on a higher time frame goal. Just so basically all we're looking for is acceptance above. Acceptance isn't one candle. It's like building a node and then showing value there. So if we don't get a retest, it's like, okay, well, we don't have any structure then to play off of. You're actually just like playing a breakout trade, which can work, but like what you're looking for really is a node to form and then for buy side to then show it as supportive. It's going to be hard to see here, but do you see how we have a that's been formed here? What is it going to look like if it's buy side? Well, buyers are going to show on the upside of it and then hold that edge, right? That's how you know. Have we been able to do that today? No, right? So that's how.
Brent crude futures settle at $81.60 a barrel. That's down $1.17 or 1.41%.
I don't know. We'll have to see. I think that you're either going to get a squeeze above if the 5K move ever happens. You're going to get a squeeze to probably 12s, and then that'll act as resistance, and then we'll get a retest of 5K, and then we'll push. It doesn't have to happen, but that would probably be the best for structure. But like on a smaller time frame, you can spot buyers by like looking at a chart, right? I build the node. The nodes are just its volume. It's just a volume profile. But that 5K level isn't from a node. We built that node today, but that's just the top of our 2-week balance. The volume indicator hasn't come out yet, but it's you can just put like a basic volume indicator. It's the same thing. It's just volume. This is just a dev product we're working on right now. First of all, is it Mickey or Mikey? How do I say your name? I don't want to mispronounce it forever. First or second or neither? That can be an answer. It's not different. Are you sure you're setting a stop and not trying to place a like a take profit? Yeah, I think you might be on the wrong side of the ladder. So it looks like you're trying to buy a price that isn't reasonable instead of having it as a stop. You right clicked or what? I've never had that issue. I don't. The only time I've ever had an issue is if I've like tried to, I've like left clicked on the wrong side of the ladder instead of right click, or vice versa. But I don't even remember what the error would be for that. Yeah, I don't use the trading view. Horrible experience. Is the market super clear today? Yeah, it's pretty good. We've been trading in like a pretty uh, pretty nice range with like pivots that continue to play. Pretty nice. There's really not much for me to say. We're holding our 12.4 buyer pivot that I identified, and we're holding our 784 on NQ. It's really kind of waiting on ES to get with the program. We've got this pivot at 98s that we need to push back over. We just keep seeing our seller there. Same with this seller at 97, 95 on NQ. But as long as the Russell's continuing to just kind of build, it kind of feels like we're just waiting for MOC before a signal with a new hour and 5 minutes. Or sorry, yeah, just the new hour, 5 minutes. And then like we have that, and then like one more catalyst with MOC. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah. Like it looks like maybe a VWAP test. I don't know. I don't really have a clear direction other than like we're at the highs, right? Just watching Russell maintain. Sorry, when I say I don't have a clear direction, I mean that I don't have a great short opportunity for you yet. It's still just a long.
According to ABC, the Russia-related threat involves a nuclear weapon in space.
Hello? What? 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 Man said finally. Oh. You realize you're not in space, and they're all pointed at the area where you are, right? Might be a problem. It's... Back into our 97 seller on NQ. We really need to show an aggressive bid over this guy if it happen. Also still pushing. ES at our 98 pivot. Nothing to really talk about as of yet. If we can get over this 97 guy and we go to 810s. But it's looking like no move for another 2 minutes in hour. before we get a directional decision. A Russia-related national security threat involves a nuclear weapon in space, reports ABC. What a headline with no context. Later, yeah, great read today, man. So new hourly, bonds closing, catalyst, looking
Israel Chief of
for
General Staff
a
Halevi
reaction
says the
and then
focus is now on
a
being prepared for a
reaction
war
from
in the
that
north,
reaction. Is there any continuation after the initial
and says
sell,
there
or are
may
we
not
able
be a war,
to
but Hezbollah
maintain the
must move
buy?
away.
We need to see if there's follow through or not, or if this sell gets absorbed. Maybe if you see 84s become resistance, that could be viable, Rory. But I mean, 84s your buy. Need to see that become seller. Need to get back over 97s here. This will be your seller reoffer on you. It's now bid. Russell still pushing. There's your tens. 84 is the tens now fully traded. Need to see that 10 become supportive if you want more upside. Want to see that become support. That's it. We're now at targets across the board. Everything looks fine still, but just again, just expect selling into this until we see a really strong buyer that wants to show their hand. Ideally, price is able to now build between 97 and 10, right? And then we make 10 supportive above. But this is the range. our first like real test from a seller on the Russell. There's Guy. Watching the Russell as we come down into this area that I just marked. Love to see initiative buyers step in here again at this 2015.4. I'm not incredibly confident in it. I think that the 14.5 makes a bit more sense, but we're really just watching to see if we can hold these highs of range. On NQ again, it's 97. Look for above, but just testing our Globex high here, our overnight high. Yes, looking for the Russell to be able to maintain equal or higher lows. It's our first like real look, see if this is the end with the Russell momentum slowing down. See how much more like peaceful trading is when you have something that you can just like rely on. It's not be an idiot. Russell maintains, we maintain. I'm like 95% risked off my long position. I'm just looking for a pop above. I'm willing to risk with my average, but really, again, not much here until we start to see an invalidation of higher low. Yeah, Russell's still pushing up. Just testing our Globex high. For now, hold 5,000 is supportive. Yes. But again, I'm mostly risked off here. I just have 2 contracts left. Just waiting. I don't even know if anyone's still here. You're not in still from 82 or 85s? Yes. Like the retest of this. Got stopped. I'm telling you, no, like come back at 1:30 Eastern and get ready for the 2 o'clock trade. Leave during lunch hour. It's garbage. Be here for the morning. Yeah. Yeah, you have 2 potentials, right? You have to come in at like the hourlies. So at 2, you get your first reversal to down. Bonds closed. Usually gives you another leg, another catalyst, right? So you have this period where market comes into a catalyst that creates a move. Then we have chop waiting for our next catalyst, and then we get a decision afterwards with bonds closing. You have like 2 opportunities to start to look for value trades as we come into these new hours. But like lunch gives opportunity, but it also gets you wicked out 300 times looking like positioning for that opportunity. Usually lunch gives you it's lower volume but higher volatility, right? So it can be really great if you're on the right side of the trade. It can be really terrible getting chopped up in this and then getting stopped out before move. Be really defeating. So I personally think like my best trading is in the morning, once our IB closes and after our first 30 minutes when we have like a bit of a range developed. And then I think that the trading that I don't care for whatsoever is lunch, and then I just look for reversals back to value. I just can't stand how slow midday is. That's coming on a new indicator bear. Should be out soon. But again, like you need the journal. You guys don't want a journal, but like even just a basic one of understanding when you're making money. Like even on Tradeovate, if you just went to your monthly or your like weekly time frame, like when are you making money? When are you not making money? Like there's a histogram that shows you. Take trades around the areas where you're constantly making money. Avoid the areas where you're not. That's rule 1. Like even if you're not gonna full-time journal, like just do that. So this is going to be another toughie if you're looking for a breakout continuation to actually get a really great entry. The areas that I would be looking for attempts would be Globex high at 5001 and this 98 level, right? It's the exact same area where we attempted earlier in the session. We want to see this become supportive. We know that I tried off of this 5004. It offered like a point and then it went down, right? So this is where I got stopped out last time. We know that there is a buyer that was offsides here and that this is a pivot because we played it earlier today. I want to see 504 ideally hold as supportive now, but on any sort of pullback, we're going to be looking for Globex high and our 98s to be supportive on ES. We know what the pivot is on NQ. You want to be playing off of this 10. I've been saying the 10 level, if it holds, we go up for I don't know how long now. We're looking for 10s to be supportive on NQ. Yo, welcome back, Manly. Great stuff, man. You are a model new TFC member. You journal your emotional state? Holy. You guys gonna let him just do that to you? That video I posted last night, I linked you, about how to stop procrastinating and doing things that you don't want to do or you're overwhelmed by. You should really give that a watch if you feel very like it's a daunting task to start journaling and like starting to do market prep and stuff like that. You need to figure out a routine and a system that's going to work for you. For me, the only way I get things done is if I break things down into little micro tasks that don't even like seem like tasks anymore. But I need to like break things down to a point that it is like overkill for me to not be completely overwhelmed and actually do it. And then once I do that, I can then slowly chip away at it, but still feel like I'm getting something. And then I start to actually see progress. And as soon as I start to see progress and like there's something on the page, it's really easy for me to continue doing what I'm doing. But the initiating, getting into that rhythm is so hard for me. But once I'm there, I'm like, I'm in. I'm clicked. It might not be the same for you, but like I'm sure you know why you're not doing what you know you're doing. And then it's just like, okay, well, how do I do the thing that I don't want to do? This is big. I'm still looking for 12s, by the way. 1275. Feels good, man. I'm gonna risk one off and then leave a runner for a potential push to 20 if 1275 doesn't show as a strong sell. But just secure profit into the end of day. And then we're good. I'll chill with the one contract. So again, coming up into our pivot here at our 1275, be a look into this, and then for it to become supportive. If we can do that, we then can target up to our gap fill. There might be another opportunity for longs if for some reason you didn't get in at this 5,000 or the 810 NQ, or you didn't play off of the low. Just wait for this, I think. Because if this holds, this is the 5-day POC is just the previous week. See, that's just the I turn on. So this is just our previous week. So we just need to get over this node and then show it's supportive, and then we can fill the gap up to 30 degrees. There also might be a short opportunity there as well. We'll have to see it once we push into this.
Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 205 million to the buy side.
So you get a little bit of a some fuel off of the initial MOC reading, and then we should get another bit of fuel on MOC close. Watching Russell as we react and we test this node edge. Same as before, we're looking to see if this node edge will hold or if we're going to need to come back down to the lower edge at 16.3, or if this 17.7, the buyers step in. Again, we're just getting some volatility off of MC, the market. Averaging 3K per week, just trading a few micros per session on 3-time 50K accounts and 3-1, which are plus 8K. Nice, man. Are your the 50Ks, are those the ones that are funded and now you're working on the 150s? Guardian. Heard of it? Oh, that's beautiful. Great. You can actually set that up for yourself in Tradeovate as well. You can make a daily loss limit so that when you're tilt, you don't blow up your account after losing a certain amount. That's such a big thing to do. If you know that you don't have like the emotional capital to say enough is enough. I get stopped? No. I just risked off one. It depends. I'm a runner. Just looking for our pullback.
Charles Gasparino on Twitter says asset managers pushing the Ethereum ETF worry the lack of significant Wall Street support for the digital coin could make it a more difficult lift to get through the SEC than the Bitcoin spot ETF.
Emotional capital is everyone's issue, man. You're not alone. Man, there was like 3 weeks ago, even I was like, what is going on with this market? You have to like reevaluate, and I just took time and journaled it out, came up with a new plan, and then was like, okay, this is a much more actionable than what we were doing before. I even posted it was like my first like intraday drawdown that I'd had, and I like made it back to break even on the day. But like that to me is like a pretty big deal, because that's a very big difference, especially if I'm taking similar trades and my setups just aren't working. It can be like, it gives you like imposter syndrome, right? Where you're just like, do I actually know what's going on? So like being able to reevaluate and like take a step back and know when to like risk small and when you're actually in your element, it's so big. For me, it's like, okay, well, if I'm not in my element, I know that this isn't like the market conditions where I succeed in. Like I know I need to position smaller, and I'm going to have more losers. I'm going to have a lot more break evens, and that's acceptable as long as I'm not positioning the same size as I would if I was in a full market. Like, okay, I'm only going to be taking my mechanical setups off of my market prep, or unless something like really like, you know, lights up. Because if not, then it's like I'm just going to be blowing up in a market that I don't understand fully, and then I'm not going to have both the mental capital as well as the actual capital to trade when the market conditions are with me, right? It's just like, don't screw yourself over in the short term trying to be right. That's what'll kill you. Yes. Totally. NQ new high, ES lagging. Russell still just at our pivot. We need to see a bit of a push. All right, this could be it. Still have an MOC finalize for potential more fuel, but if the Russell's unable to get out of this range, then you have to think that it might be more so downside than upside. We'll see. I'm fine with where we held though. This 2017 is fine. We're just holding our note. Zoom out again. As long as we're continuing to hold where our previous buyers were, then it's just a pullback down to where value is. It's about time that the Russell isn't just going up in a straight line. And we get our, it held our rebid reversal line, SAC, so across the board. So for me, there's no reason to have stopped out of the trade. There are a lot of times where, as we're pushing into a target that I think is an important pivot, I'm not going to be looking for the exact level. I'm going to sell into that target, and then I will leave a runner to see how we react there. But I've been burned too many times trying to play to the tick and then not taking profits on things early on. So like I just don't do that anymore.
Early market on
It's
close
not
imbalance still sitting at
not a thing.
205 million to the buy side.
Either you have like an acceptable take profit, right, where you're moving up your stop and you're happy with the gains that you're realized on it, or you're willing to just sell into a level and then understand that there's another trade that'll be available. And like it's just whatever's going to, again, preserve mental capital for you. Yeah, they probably were ruined. Could be a really good day if you knew what you were doing, but most people were ruined.
According to iMoneyNet, US money market fund assets up $11.48 billion for the week ended February 13th.
Do you see where we pulled back to, Grotto? At 004? Hmm. Just gotta watch this divergence. The Russell, it's fine with NQ leading, but as soon as NQ loses Momo, bad news bears. NQ can carry the market up though, as long as it continues to push. This Russell seller isn't incredibly convincing as of yet. 880. What was that based off of? I guess yeah, that's good.
Early market on
Edge of
close
this node.
imbalance still sitting at 205 million to the buy side.
Sometimes I do trade the Russell, but I usually use it as a confirmation signal for NQ. But there are a lot of people who do trade the Russell off of what I say and make it work incredibly well. Our Russell pivots are pretty solid usually. It is definitely viable. There's your 12s, by the way, I guess. So until we see this become supportive, you should be respecting this area as resistance. If we can see a look above, awesome, but understand where we are in our rotation. Yeah, I would definitely paper trade RTY for a bit first, just to get a feel for it, because it definitely feels different actually trading it off the DOM. But if you're only executing at like our major pivots that we talk about, you'll probably have a good time. But I'll trade anything that looks good and is applying to my ideas. Like if I have a really solid read on it and I'm not seeing the confluence with the thing that I have a really solid read on, that I will just switch to said thing, right? There's no reason to trade ES if the Russell is getting larger ranges and is holding pivots and respecting price action well, it's price action structure. So like you just trade the thing that's moving, right? The problem is that usually NQ is just always the better bet. It just offers so much opportunity once you get a feel for it. We have 11 minutes left. You should get final MOC here in 30 seconds. Oh, that's good insight, Zach. That is actually really good. If we don't see any movement above and the ability to hold, then you can probably expect like this entire thing to get retraced back down off of that. If this was a news candle, I wasn't aware.
Market on close imbalance, 550 million to the buy side.
Might call it. Dude, definitely call it. There's 10 minutes left. What are you going to do? Great job, man. Count was down almost 1K at the beginning of the session. What was are you still here, Grotto? What was the drawdown from? Was that trying the 5K at the first attempt and then not stopping out? Yeah. Makes sense. I need you guys to be way more vocal. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Me having like one bad trade or like one bad idea that I then like reverse off
At
of
4 p.m.
shouldn't
Eastern
like
Time, we
ruin
expect
the rest
comments
of the
from
day.
Fed's Bar, who gives remarks on monetary policy and
It's the
bank
same thing
regulation
for
at the National
yesterday or the day
Association for
before.
Business Economics Conference in Washington.
It's like we
Text
look for
is
the
expected
reversal.
as well as a Q&A.
Let this guy talk. We look for the reversal. The opportunity either presents itself or it fails, right? And then we have to then trade the opposite direction. We can't just like have copium. And we need to be able to realize that sooner. And then like let me know if you're still like trying to trade that trade and I am no longer looking at that trade at all. Right? Like that needs to be apparent. No one like all of a sudden you're now like not taking any of the other trades because you've overpositioned and then not stopped and reversed. And now you've missed multiple opportunities because you're tilted or you're like down bad or you're still like trying to hold. Like we just need the hard reset. Yeah, no, I'm glad that you do. You're the only one that does. Oh, I'm glad. I'm sure other people want the same information. All right. I don't know if I hold this or if I just close and call it a day. We're holding really well on MOC. Surprising. Yeah, I will.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bar, who gives remarks on monetary policy and bank regulation at the National Association for Business Economics Conference in Washington. Text is expected as well as a Q&A.
Yeah, literally just bid.exe. I don't know how I ever liked them. A minute and a half left in the session. Yeah, maybe. We did just hold 12s. Might need to work some stuff out. I don't know if I really need a drawdown back to like 5k. Basically like 15
1
points.
minute remaining.
12 still. Or if 12s do. I'd like it for the clout into 33. Right? But because you're 20. That's your target too.
10
Off
seconds.
of the hold of 12s. I am out.
So FedSpar says, I fully support careful approach to policy normalization, and the FOMC is confident it is on the path to 2% inflation. We need to see continued good data before beginning rate cuts, and the FOMC plans in-depth discussions of balance sheet issues soon. The sizable overnight reverse repos a buffer, and pleased at the steady growth in sign-ups for standing repo facility. The Fed balance sheet rundown operating smoothly and reserves are plentiful. There's no signs of liquidity problems across the financial system, monitoring conditions carefully. The banking system is sound and resilient. There's pockets of risk, to include some office commercial real estate. January CPI report is a reminder that the path to 2% inflation may be bumpy.
RTY holding where we thought liquidity was present. I don't know if you're going to get one more movement until after the session reopens. I don't know. I think as long as 12s hold, you're probably fine. I'm out. I'm not. I can't be bothered to watch after it. I'm exhausted. So, good luck. If you guys could give a like on the video, on the stream, subscribe if you're not, that'd be awesome. Make me feel like it was worth staying the extra 4 hours.
And next free stream will be on Friday.
According
Mark,
to the Financial Times, UK's Chancellor Hunt explores a fresh squeeze on public spending to fund